Good morning. Is this on? Good morning, everybody. Please ask that you start to settle in as we're about to begin soon. I also please ask that you turn off any devices that may produce noise on either Do Not Disturb or Silence Mode. We'll begin soon. Thank you.
Really? Oh, no, somebody's turning knobs there. Anyway.
Patrick, we play the video.
Croatia has dropped its currency, the kuna, to adopt the common European currency, the euro.
An iron curtain has descended across the continent. Behind that line lie all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe.
Joying as they are, they're still flocking to the wall at the Brandenburg Gate, standing on top of the wall to taunt the stony-faced East German border guards, and they're still chipping away at the wall.
Europe, one of the most influential places on the planet with a significant past legacy, but what will its future prospects be? With both world wars being fought on the European continent and even the major battle and events of World War II taking place in Europe. After the end of World War II, the continent entered a 45-year-long tension between the capitalist West and the communist East known as the Cold War. But after the revolutions of 1989 and with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, that tension just disappeared. With many former Eastern Bloc and Soviet countries joining the EU as well as NATO, the European economy keeps growing and is attracting talented people from all over the world for new opportunities and social life. However, with ongoing events in Europe and recent election outcomes in EU countries, the future of the continent cannot be decided. Hello, my name is Elias Brown. I'm a 12th grade student here at ISL and a member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you to the Continuum of Change, Europe's Past Legacy and Future Prospects discussion. Joining us for this session, we are honored to welcome someone with tremendous expertise in Cold War history and the modern state of Europe. Joining me, we're honored to welcome Robert Patrick McMullen. He is a retired United States Army Chief Warrant Officer. He was stationed at what was back then West Berlin during the Cold War, and one of his main jobs there was to question East German military defectors and escapees. He stayed there until the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. He would then move to the post-revolutionary country of the Czech Republic, where he would live there ever since. He also taught English in the education system there for a couple of years. For this discussion, I'll be addressing him by his military rank, which is Chief Warrant Officer, or Chief for short. The first 25 minutes of the session will allow him to answer the questions I've prepared for him and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask him any questions you may have about Cold War history or the modern state of Europe. Chief McMullen, to start with, could you give a brief explanation to members of the audience who may not know what the Cold War was?
You got it in school already, right? Oh. At the end of World War II, there were winners and losers. The losers, well, you know what happened to them. The winners, France, Soviet Union, United States, and Britain had a series of meetings until 1945, Yalta Conference, Yalta, Ukraine, and divided up Europe for the winners, which resulted in an argument over the capital of the Nazi Empire. And Stalin had his ideas. and all the rest had their ideas. And it took them a while, and they came together to agree, well, grudgingly, that Berlin would be divided into occupation zones and no longer a capital of West Germany. This was great, except Joseph Stalin changed his mind and said, you know, I really don't like these French people, these British people, or these American people hanging around my Berlin. And in 1947 and 8, when I was very small, they had the Berlin blockade. No one could drive in or out, no food, no McDonald's, nothing. And with that, Joseph Stalin said, go away, Western powers. And basically the United States and Great Britain, using our equipment, kept Berlin alive for almost 24 months through winter, you know, no coal, no gas, none of that stuff. It was a very difficult time for Berliners, West Berliners. But the Americans flew in a gazillion tons of stuff, like we are able to do. And so that really upset Joseph Stalin, and from that point on, he didn't cooperate very much in the four power agreements and so forth in Berlin. And that really, I mean, obviously the Cold War covers much more history, different areas, Asia, Korea, Vietnam, all these other places. But we were at a standoff, and the Berlin Wall was erected in 1961.
To follow up on that, could you share with us a bit about your experiences in West Berlin, the Berlin Wall, and the Cold War in Europe?
Oh, gosh. I was actually assigned to Berlin for 2 years in charge of intelligence people. And our job was to gather information the best we could from the escapees and people who were able to decide to come west. There were special groups who were allowed to go west. If you were a pensioner, then the East Germans didn't have to pay your pension if you went west. So they would, yeah, go ahead, sure. So they saved themselves a lot of money. But there were a large number of people who would get short-term permissions for a list of reasons that I won't go into, and they just stayed. It's like overstaying your visa. And these people became refugees. We had a refugee camp, we meaning my organization. Marienfelder still exists in Berlin, and I was the top guy at the Joint Allied Refugee Operations Center, which is kind of gobbledygook for we're going to collect information on all the people. And anybody who was in the military in the East, mostly border guards, 1920s, who escaped, and we had about one escapee per month on average. My job was to protect them from the people who wanted them back, and to help them make a transition into the Western world. And I wish we had more time because I could explain all about the kind of options that people had. The West was actually very generous.
To add on to that, could you give us a couple of examples about what East German defectors and escapees have told you about the East German regime?
Well, of course, being there, I already knew that every conversation in the city, perhaps in all of East Germany, was either listened to and made notes about, or literally recorded on reel-to-reel. I mean, everybody. I visited a village near Leipzig. The village had about 150, 200 people, and the village boss took me to the Stasi listening room, and they had rows of recorders and notes, and they literally listened to your Aunt Martha talk about her new grandchild and made a note. They collected everything. When I went to East Berlin and wanted to go to a restaurant, it was rather inexpensive to go there, because it was 10-to-1 exchange in marks. And the concierge would say, "Oh, yes, special guests." And they would always lead us to special tables. And I said, "What's going on here?" You can figure it out. They were recording us eating our cheap food, Lots of good old-fashioned photographing. And it's all to collect information. Who is he? Where is he? What is his job? Et cetera, et cetera. They did that like that was their big job. And then my big job was to talk to the escapees and say, what's new in the East, And it was shocking at times. The East Germans, even today, were so, do you know the expression straight-laced? Straight-laced? Straight-laced means that, porno, we don't, in other words, very conservative, with no alternative lifestyles allowed. And West Germans are in love with soft porn. Soft porn, do you know what that is? They don't really do it, but it looks like it when they're making the movie. And so when these guys would get to West Germany, the first thing the myth was destroyed for them was that West Berlin was a Potemkin village. Anything? Potemkin built villages for the Tsar in order to make things look like they're doing great, but they were only facades. And that myth was fed through East German propaganda that West Berlin had drug addicts hanging out in the alleys, girls selling themselves, all of the bad moral stuff. And so when I got the escapees, they go, wait a minute, you really do have a big city here, and you can really buy everything here. And it was a shock to them. The myths that they had been fed, the misinformation, just exploded. Sometimes they would just go, I can't take any more, take me back to the safe house, These guys would tell us how it worked, why they were frightened, but they were not so frightened to try to endanger their lives by getting over the wall. So it was not a happy story. And when a young man jumped over the wall, his sister didn't go to college, banned. His parents, any opportunities for them were canceled. And private property, your bank account was emptied by the state. They tried to punish you as much as they could. And then a sentence of 12 years was set upon you if you ever returned to Eastern Germany. But we tried to do our best for the people in resettlement and, make it less, traumatic.
Chief McMullen, just as a final question, what has the fall of the Berlin Wall taught you? You could teach the audience, and what could that mean for the future of Europe?
I'm naturally optimistic, as strange as it may seem. But the fall of the wall was caused by East Germans who weren't going to take it anymore. And when it actually happened, and you can read, on various sources, the actual story, my colleagues, my friends would stand there with our mouths hanging open and tears running down our faces because we never believed it was possible. So the fall of the wall has given me hope for mankind, to be very honest, because I never thought it would ever change, even though I am an optimist. And of course, there's a whole story that follows that to the reunification of the country in 1994. Yeah.
Okay, earlier in the conversation, you mentioned about the Stasi. To members of the audience, could you explain what the Stasi was and the role they had in
The what?
The Stasi.
Oh.
And the role they had in the support of the East German regime.
You see, I worked with alphabet agencies every day. BSSO, FBI, and the Stasi was the alphabet agency for the MFS, the Ministry of State Security. And they were a bit of a mixture between leftover Nazis in training and thinking and the KGB. And the KGB walked in and went, oh, we don't have to do anything. It's already set up for us. So the Stasi were the tools of collection and keeping people in line, keeping their own population in line through intimidation and carrot and stick and threats and all sorts, and interrogations at 4 a.m. and, stuff like that. So secret police, East German, Stasi, which stands for Staatssicherheit, I forget. Anyways, in the alphabet organizations, you never refer to them with their full name, So, Stasi is a shortened form of secret police, gonna come get you. Yeah. And this was not a joke for the East Germans because it ruled their entire life. The reports, and there were just myriad of reports. So-and-so went to church on Sunday. And then we invited her neighbor over for a chat. And then we interrogated their neighbor and found out that they do this and that, And the files would grow and grow. And this was standard throughout, let's say, the Warsaw Pact countries, Poland and the Baltics, Czechoslovakia, East Germany. They all ran pretty much the same with varying degrees of terror.
Right. In your experience with seeing the formation of the EU and new members joining, would you say that with these far right-wing parties and candidates winning elections in EU countries, could this create more strain on the EU or potentially cause more members to leave the Union?
When the changeover came, skinheads, were quite prominent. Swastikas, no hair, and this kind of stuff. These are neo-Nazis, basically, younger people. I contend that in any democracy, you're going to have parties that are a bit further right than the centrist parties. And AfD, the Alternatives for Germany, are trying to grow their power in the government and succeeding because they are playing on people's sensibilities. Oh, you've been unemployed for a year. Oh, your son can't find a job. Oh, Those foreigners are taking our jobs. You know, all of these themes come straight out of the right wing, but there's still a party, there's still democracy, and if people are engaged sufficiently, you can counter, you know, their arguments. But in a lot of cases, they don't want to hear the counter. They don't want to hear the argument. They just say, it's a fact. Those Syrians are taking our jobs, you know. They're threatening our women, you know, and all of this mythology that you hear again and again from the right-wingers. It's part of democracy. And if we go to sleep and ignore it, they can take over, as in Nazi Germany. But if young people say, not in my house, they're not that dangerous to Europe. But it has to mean that there's going to be solidarity on the democratic side, because they just say, oh, we're in a democracy, everything's great, oh, pass the joint, boom, bah, you know, That's not enough. You got to say, you're wrong. Stand up. And that's what the people in Leipzig and Dresden did in order to bring down the wall. They said, no, you're wrong. And they brought effectively a people's revolt against what the SED, the Social Democratic, the Social Unity Party of East Germany, and they thought, well, you know, they're never going to question us because we have the Stasi and we have the agents. And the people just said, go take your agents. We're gonna have freedom. We're gonna join West Germany. And they did. End of story, terrific, boom, boom. End of the Cold War, boom, boom. We thought. And we went to sleep. We declared victory. The Americans declared victory and withdrew. That was it. And the same guy who was in East Germany when I was, Mr. Putin, is now a pretty big character in the drama of today. And I blame it on the Americans. And it was just, they were just lazy. Oh, we're the winners, yeah, yeah, USA. But it had no substance. No substance to it. There was no exchange. There were no student exchanges. There were no industrial exchanges to help Russia to come to, you know, a democratic way of thinking.
That is all I have in terms of questions. We're now going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all this information you have heard and to finalize any questions you have for Chief McMullen about Cold War history and the modern state of Europe. Begin with questions from the audience. I would please ask that you raise your hand and a member of our staff will hand you a microphone. State your name, your school, and your questions. Keep the questions brief, and we will try to answer as many as we can.
Is there, yeah, there's a microphone, yeah.
I'm Freya. I'm from Zurich International School. And you were mentioning the 12-year sentence of if you went back to East Germany. Were there ever any stories of like an East German going back to East Germany? And if so, why?
I will say yes, not many, because of the punishments that awaited them, but sometimes family is more important. It was very peculiar because the people I dealt with were young men escaping. They had wives and kids. And guess what? The East Germans said, oh, not a problem. 100,000 D-marks for the woman and 50,000 for each kid. Don't they call that blackmail or kidnapping or something? Yeah, it was common. It's family unity, but you've got to pay. So yes, some returned because they would get to the West and go, no, I can't. And they would go back to not good times.
Hi, I'm Anurag. I come from Carey Academy in the US. You mentioned how people fell asleep after the Cold War, and I kind of wanted to know what that, like, I didn't understand what that meant. Was that like the US government got lazy and didn't want to help set up a government in the collapsed Soviet Union? What happened?
You see, when I say that the American institutions got lazy, they said, oh, this Cold War thing has been so expensive. Now we're going to not have to pay for it. They didn't think in terms of what needed to be done for the loser side. So the Soviet economy and government collapsed terribly and to some extent violently, and the people got the short end of the stick. Now, for diplomats, it's absolutely clear that you would go in there and say, what do you need? Oh, how about some educational exchange? We'll take 1,000 of your university people, and you can take 1,000 of ours, this kind of stuff. Nothing. We just went, we won, ha ha. And I witnessed the whole thing, and I just said, this is nonsense. You're just leaving an open sore for the future. Guess what? We're there. Did that help you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Please hand this young gentleman the microphone.
Hello, my name is Zachary. I come from the International School of Luxembourg. So my question is, there are currently multiple nations, even today, that have their freedom of expression and freedom of speech limited, and their news is filled with misinformation and propaganda. Do you think that Western nations should be intervening to try and help the citizens of these nations come to the same realizations of freedom that the people of East Germany came to?
If you are plugged in, you probably understand how difficult it is to counter misinformation because it's everywhere. It's made up sometimes as a joke. Other times it's coming straight out of the Kremlin. And this is known, and there are smart young people trying to do something about it. But I got news for you. The Russians are really good at what they do, particularly in this area of misinformation and, internet and social manipulation and all this stuff. They're very, very good. So we have some people in power who are aware of this, but whether or not they can be effective in countering it, the jury is out, I'm afraid. I hope so, but I'm not so sure. Look how we have we had a new president. Did that answer? Okay. Somebody else? Yes, sir.
My name is Louis. I'm from the Alti in Aarau. I wanted to ask if you have a special story or one specific story in mind that is very dear to you, maybe from a East Berliner refugee during your time there that you'd remember dearly that you'd like to share with us.
I'm sorry, I missed the end of that.
If you have a specific story that you remember very well or that is very dear to you.
That a specific story of
a specific Eastern Berliner.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, there is the infamous disco queen of East Berlin. And we were allowed to go over and enjoy whatever there was in East Berlin, we meaning the occupation powers, and the young soldiers. And I had one young soldier who loved discotheques and went to the East, and he drove his car back with a disco queen in the trunk. And she was no longer conscious. I mean, she was totally out of it. And it was an international incident, breaking all the rules. And the next morning when I got in, they said, in your office, the disco queen. And she was still half in the bag. And her hair smelled of cigarettes, I mean, intensively. She hadn't been in the shower for quite a while. And I just went, sorry, can we get you back home? And she said, you bet you, I want to go back home. She didn't think twice about staying in the West. Okay, her choice. But we had to do a lot of apologetic diplomacy and take care of her and to get her back to her home in East Berlin. And that was pretty shocking. Does that fulfill the request? The disco queen. And it wasn't literally an international incident. We had to take that soldier, put him on an airplane, and jet him back to the United States because, it was not a good thing. That's one story. I got a million of them. Anybody else? Sir.
So I'm Josh from the International School of Basel, and my question for you is, you as an individual have said you're an optimist and have experienced Europe through one of it during the Cold War. Recent news about the Russia-Ukraine war say this is the year of change, and your knowledge about the Kremlin and Russia and their propaganda. Do you think that's true, and to what extent?
That's a long question. Can you restate it for me?
Sure, sorry. The war in Ukraine has been stated as the year of change.
I don't comment about current geopolitical situations because I'm involved in it. Okay. So was there what comes after the war in Ukraine?
Yeah, do you have any thoughts about that, or?
What was the question? Anyway, I'm an optimist. I'm involved in the refugee crisis that has come up in the last 3 years, taking care of grandmas, grandpas women, children in my city where I live, thousands. Now, this is not misinformation. This is just a bunch of people who want to survive. I don't know if that comes close for you, but no, I volunteered. They said, you're too old. End of story. Anybody else?
I'm Clyde from the Altecanti Arau, and my question is about were there many cases of infiltration from the Stasi in like West Germany to gather information?
The Stasi focused on its own people, to control its own people. The Ministry for State Security, the MFS, which is a ministry, higher in the government, they had people all over the place because they were all Germans, and they had, call them agents, in Bonn, in the old capital of Germany, in NATO, because NATO, of course, was made up of West Germans as well. And, that's just the game. You want to get the information, you get your guy or your woman into that organization and get their trust. And then you get the information you want, and sometimes can do great damage.
All right, that is all the time we have today, as this session is now coming to an end. Please join me in thanking Chief McMullen for sharing his knowledge and experience in this very interesting topic. I would now ask that you begin your transition to session 3, which begins at 11 o'clock. If you do have any final questions for Chief McMullen, feel free to approach him, but keep in mind of the time to get to your next session. Thank you, enjoy the rest of YFS 2025.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to ask you all to settle down and make sure your phones are on mute. We will begin shortly. Thank you.
Everyone is talking about supply chain.
Supply chain. Yet another supply chain shortage.
The COVID pandemic has snarled global supply chains, causing massive backlogs and shortages that have some companies stockpiling goods in trailers and chartering private container ships.
Increased globalization over the past 2 decades has heavily relied on global supply chains, which serve as the backbone of modern economies. While facing daunting challenges that require innovative solutions, supply chains connect producers and consumers across continents. Complications caused by recent events, from pandemics to geopolitical conflicts, have strained supply chains and contributed to inflationary pressures in most developing economies, making clear the vital role played by supply chain in our shared economic, social, and environmental futures. From ethical concerns to applying the capabilities of AI and emerging technologies, the choices we make today will determine the sustainability and efficiency of our global economy. Therefore, it is important to understand the challenges and opportunities that are ahead in order to ensure that businesses remain adaptable in a rapidly changing world. Hello, my name is Orestes Kasapiris, and I'm a 12th grade student here at IZL and a member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you to the Future of Global Supply Chains panel. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome Mr. Diego Logiodice Salerno, Ms. Catherine McDonald, and Mr. Peter Poipe, experienced professionals who bring valuable knowledge and expertise on how firms source, produce, package, and transport their goods and services in today's globalized world. Mr. Logiodice Salerno, a former IZL student and keynote speaker at our recent 2023 IZL graduation ceremony, has rapidly advanced through supply chain roles at ON. With his experience as supply planning, he will bring valuable knowledge to this panel. I'm also proud to welcome Ms. McDonald. With her profound expertise on sustainability, human rights, and finance, she will bring a unique perspective on integrating equity and environmental initiatives in today's important discussion. Last but not least, Mr. Poipe, who is the global head of supply chain at Biogen, a leading biotechnology company that pioneers science and drives innovation for complex and devastating diseases. He has extensive experience with transformation, manufacturing strategies, and optimizing supply chains on a global scale. The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have about the topic. To start us off, could you all briefly describe your roles and responsibilities as they connect to today's topic? Diego, would you like to start?
Sure thing. Thank you, Orestes, for the introduction. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's a great honor to be here. As Orestes said, I work in supply planning at ON, where I've been now for 4 years. That has gone through many iterations of what it means to be part of supply chain, beginning as an intern, where I was simply amending the orders that we were placing, and going through then developing our capacity plan, visiting our suppliers in Vietnam, to now leading the implementation for one of our categories, one of our production categories of a new planning system and new planning logic, which should greatly advance what we've been doing so far on being, of course, a relatively young company. It's super exciting to see how the supply chain and the company as a whole has developed around the transformations that we've undertaken within supply chain and supply planning as well.
Perfect. Catherine, would you like to continue?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me today, and it's very nice to see so many people in the audience. And thanks again for the warm welcome. So I'm working at the Institute for Business Ethics at the University of St. Gallen, and my research is really around supply chains and responsible business conduct, especially in challenging environments. So whether it's in conflict-affected areas or in the digital sphere, that's where a lot of my work is taking place. Previously, I conducted fieldwork in the Democratic Republic of Congo, looking at the cobalt supply chain and looking at environmental, social, and governance investing within the supply chain. More recently, I've been looking at supply chains in Ethiopia, so very happy to share some insights today.
Okay. Peter?
Thank you, Orestes, and welcome to our session today. So what is supply chain? So I would summarize it with one word: fun. Everybody agrees to that? I see a couple of people smiling. So. But to go back to, let's say, reality and position it anecdotally. So on Monday this week, we had a session with leaders at Biogen. Now, I would say people that are 15 years, within the industry. And it was a 3-hour session about supply chain. Now, they all had a different idea, of course. Now, one of my team leaders, and you referred to supply planning, she is the global lead of supply planning for Biogen. She positioned it in a very, how would I call it, intelligent way. She said, who likes to play and make a puzzle? Okay, silence in the room. There was silence there as well. And she positioned it very clearly. If you love to play a puzzle, solve a puzzle of 3,000, 5,000 pieces that bring product from a supplier to the end customer, then you're set to run supply chain. No, again, good, that says really many things, and it can go really from a creative point of view. Now, if you look at it more from an academical point of view, what does it mean? So you have a journey that is interconnected, and I think you already referred to it: plan, source, make, deliver, that brings material, components, products from a supplier all the way up to your customer. So I am in healthcare. No, who is my customer, the end customer? It is a patient. Now, what does that mean as a role then? So I would say very simply, bring the right product at the right time to the right patient. That sounds simple, eh? Now, if you have 3,000, 5,000 pieces in your puzzle, maybe it's not that simple. The second thing I would say is make sure, if you look at balance sheet, you look at P&L, you look at your cash flow, pretty sure everybody's very familiar with that, going through ISTL in high school, that you create value on a daily basis. And that you understand impact. The third point I would say is make sure you understand your risks and you mitigate risk, you anticipate risk, and that goes back to what my colleagues have been referring to, what they do from a job point of view. So I think that is really another critical point. And the last thing I would say, in the morning, when you start your job and you don't start with a smile on your face, you're not necessarily set to run supply chain. So that's how I would position it, honestly.
Well, thank you so much, Peter. And the next question is coming back at you. So COVID-19 and the Ukraine conflict are two of many recent world events that have impacted firms' abilities to source and supply products to global markets. What lessons have you learned regarding the impact of global events on companies' abilities to produce and supply the markets in today's world?
So let's start with COVID. If you're today a senior student at an international school, probably you were, in middle school. Did any of you, when you go back to December 2019, expect that COVID would happen? Any of you? I was traveling around the world, honestly, in December 2019. No, the second point I have, did any one of you, or your parents, friends, colleagues, whoever is your major stakeholder, accept that it would happen? Now, if you look at the journey, all of a sudden we start to realize December 2019, January 2020, what's happening from an information point of view coming from China, and what it did to China, and vice versa. The second thing I would say, we're at the end of February 2020, first week of March 2020, and all of a sudden when you open, let's say, the TV, whatever channel you listen to, you hear everything about the ski resorts and how many people got really awfully sick. Now, what that did immediately was very simple. I'm going to just give a couple of examples. This is Europe. US was a little bit further because they were over the ocean. And they didn't accept it and didn't expect it neither. And they thought it would stay there at the other side of the ocean. But again, when you reflect on that, and it happens, you know, you were talking about globalism. Everybody knows the concept of Europe, which is free zone of trade. What happened? All of a sudden, there is border controls within Europe. Anybody remembers that? Border controls in Europe. Second thing that happened was panic. So no matter what your supply chain is, whether it's consumer goods, whether it's, let's say, energy, or what I'm reading, which is healthcare and life sciences, what doctors did was, in particular for, let's say, products that are critical for patients, instead of replenishment on a monthly basis, they prescribed for 3 months. Why was that? Because they didn't want any of their patients to have COVID, and honestly, they didn't want to see any patient and to get contaminated. Can you imagine how you deal with that from a supply chain point of view? Your demand multiplies by 3, and you only have 3 months of inventory. How do you deal with that? So think about that. Piece of the puzzle. Yeah. So, you know, I think for everybody it's clear. When you reflect back, and you go back to the starting session here today at YFS, you look at the horizon. Is the world changing? Has the world changed significantly over the past, let's say, 5 years? I think there's only one answer. The magnitude and also the number of disruptions, like you refer to, has increased significantly. You said globalism, does that still exist? Doesn't exist anymore. We all know that. But when you take this into account, what did that mean to supply chain if you look at the past 5 years? I take the baseline of 2019. Baseline reference, 1. Pressure on supply chain, 1. Everybody can say in 2019 supply chain was simpler. So 2019, 1. The pressure on supply chain multiplied by 5, 2020, 2021, 2022. Today we're at the multiplier of pressure 3 to 4. Now, again, I am sure if you have a whiteboard or somebody is asking you, and it was referred to in the morning session as well, geopolitical events, all other events, hurricanes, weather, and so on, and they ask you to write down 10 in 2024. It's going to be easy, yeah? Boom, 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 boom. Okay? So how do you manage that from a supply chain point of view? Now, companies that understand that and went from steady state, coming through, let's say, COVID, resilience, and now going into anti-fragility, they get in front of it. And honestly, what they do, uncertainty, complexity, they turn into a gain. Now, of course, there are multiple aspects because you were talking about Ukraine as well. So this is not just about Ukraine. This is about how you get products into Ukraine, how you get products out of Ukraine, and so on and so on. Now, one point is very simple here. The more you can anticipate your risks, the more you have, let's say, intelligence coming into your supply chain. You were referring to that as well. I think you're going to talk about this as well. The more you are better positioned to ensure that you can continue to deliver your patients. Because, as was said, there are significant disruptions, and let's not forget, innovation, 7,000 rare diseases. It was in the video this morning. 7,000 rare diseases. And, clearly stated, is there a license for this? No. No. What is the creativity that you then build from a supply chain point of view in order to ensure that we get product to our patients?
Okay, thank you so much. Now looking at another topic, Catherine. What ethical considerations should companies be prioritizing today in their development, production, and distribution of products, particularly when working with suppliers in developing nations?
Yeah, thank you. And I think these are great points, especially around thinking about the geopolitical risk and also identifying, you know, the different considerations that you have to think about within a supply chain. So I'll speak a little bit about kind of the social risks that also relate to the geopolitical situation. especially when it comes to, for example, conflict in emerging economies. So I'll speak a little bit about my research that I've conducted in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So there I was looking at ESG investments, environmental, social, and governance investment in the cobalt industry. And within the cobalt industry, there are a lot of challenges. 70% of the world's cobalt comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, giving many companies the need to kind of source only from this context. You have cobalt in other areas of the world, in Australia, but it's a lower grade of cobalt and it's just not quite the same. So companies are kind of bound to sourcing from the Democratic Republic of Congo. However, over the years, there's been rising conflict. There's also been a lot of challenges around child labor and human rights abuse. In 2016, Amnesty International released a report titled "This is What We Die For," discussing the human rights related risks, but also kind of more broadly geopolitical related risks within the cobalt supply chain in the DRC. So when it comes to thinking about ethical business practices, there are a few different ways to look at it in terms of understanding the full scope of the supply chain. So more and more, and I think Diego will speak a little bit about this, companies are thinking more about transparency, right? And looking at kind of the broader supply chain picture to really understand what's going on. And we see this across a wide range of industries. But especially drawing from the work that I did in the cobalt industry in DRC, we see a few different ways to look at this. So firstly, it's about long-term engagement, so really building supplier relationships on the ground and really building up that focus over time to ensure trust and also to ensure that if you're investing in something, there's a long-term outcome for it as well. Also thinking about accurate information collection. Perhaps later we'll speak a little bit about the role that AI and technology can play in the supply chain. And recently we've seen a lot of excitement around blockchain and the use that that can have, especially through smart contracts. There are ethical challenges to that as well, right, in terms of data usage and privacy, but also ensuring that you're really collecting accurate information to ensure that, you know, the knowledge that's being disseminated from the ground is really relevant. And then also kind of continuous engagement. So checking in, ensuring that the viability of these supply chains is essential over time. So really thinking about how to engage in a more transparent manner can really support more ethical and responsible business conduct, especially when it comes to business and human rights.
Okay, so transparency is key, I see.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now we'll be looking at the technological aspect of supply chains. So Diego, what emerging technologies or innovations do you believe will have the greatest impact on supply chain? The impact can be negative or positive.
Yeah, I think kind of to build upon what Peter and Catherine have already brought to the forefront, obviously there's a lot of talk about AI, there's a lot of talk about machine learning, a lot of talk about blockchain, automation. These are kind of technological strides that we are taking across the board in any supply chain that are applicable to any piece of the puzzle that Peter was referring to, right? So it's a matter of every single piece of that puzzle can develop and improve. And as you say, there are pros and cons to any of such applications. For example, if we look at AI, we can see that a lot of people in the industry are now moving towards AI-powered for demand forecasting, which allows companies to better prepare for fluctuations in their forecast, therefore reducing the cost that stems from inaccuracies in that forecast. If we look at machine learning, they're applying machine learning to make sure that they're routing lead times, or that the way they're delivering the goods to the end consumer is part of a larger, more transparent experience. If we look at blockchain, as you were saying as well, about building that transparency, not only with consumers that are now becoming increasingly more active and more empowered by a consumer experience rather than just an end product, but rather buying into the experience of, hey, this is a company I believe in, this is a company I believe that their product gives me an experience that's different to another brand. In my case, we produce sports garments, so what am I as an On worker, what are we as On delivering to the end consumer that distinguishes us from another brand? And the reality is that we see that there is a more socially and environmentally conscious consumer in today's market. And all of these technologies will empower us to build that traceability, that transparency with our consumers to ensure that they can really trace back, okay, I'm buying a certain piece of whatever product I'm buying. Where is it coming from? Who are the actors at play? Are the suppliers that made this like environmentally conscious? What are the social impacts of my product being made in another side of the world and what is the environmental cost of that shipping halfway across the world. Sometimes the answer is simple in the sense that time is money. Like the more efficient your supply chain is, the more money you will save in certain processes. Alternatively, you can look at implementations of AI as something that can have quite a high energy cost. And then where is the energy being sourced? Who's paying the price for that energy? And what are basically the raw materials or the sources of the energy worldwide? You can also look at the labor impacts of, say, automating a warehouse or automating a supplier. Yes, you can manufacture a lot faster. Maybe there's less mistakes in the world that you're doing. But then, obviously, there's regulations that should protect the workers in certain countries. There's regulations that protect, for example, we had the threat of a worker strike in the East Coast in the US at the ports. So that's like, since it amplifies through the industry, kind of flows backwards, shakes all the pieces of the puzzle, because now you have to plan for, they want to implement a certain change, they want to add more technology, which means that people will work less shifts. So that means less food on the table. There's uncertainty, and that ripples back. It's like a little earthquake on the, I like to think of this puzzle as being established on a table, and the table is certainty. So anything that kind of shakes that and makes it uneasy, kind of tips the balance. And then you risk losing pieces of that puzzle. Even if you're striving to make one piece of that puzzle better, you always have to be conscious that it's still a balance board.
Okay, thank you. Now, Catherine, looking back to what you said about blockchains, how will advancements in AI influence how companies organize their supply chains in the future?
Sure. So I think it can play quite a significant role when it comes to thinking about that puzzle, right? It can play a role in supporting more efficiency, especially when it comes to forecasting, as you mentioned. Also thinking about kind of the broader geopolitical risk and thinking about the bigger picture, right? But especially when we look at industries such as the mining industry, where you have fungible commodities, so those where they cannot be kind of individually be identified, but rather something like cobalt, where when it's refined, it's almost like grains of sand, right? So it's very difficult to kind of trace across the supply chain. We see technology playing a really big role. And that's where AI, through smart contracts, for example, can support the blockchain process. So before the pandemic, QR codes were quite niche in a way, right? But now everyone knows how to use a QR code. And so it's basically like this across the supply chain, in that you see more and more companies starting to integrate these processes where, for example, after the cobalt goes from the refinery or even from the mine to the refinery, you're able to track these things with QR codes or RFID tags. And it's a really interesting way to kind of see the bigger picture and to also have this kind of technological backing as well, right? Across a decentralized network like blockchain technology. But I would caution that blockchain is not really a panacea. So I don't think we should put everything on blockchain or on AI more generally. I think it's very important to kind of think about, these long-term relationships with the suppliers, really verifying the information, right? Because with blockchain, for example, we see it as garbage in, garbage out. So if you're not putting accurate information into the blockchain-based technology, what you're getting out of it is really not applicable or relevant or helpful. So I think really thinking about it as not a panacea, but potentially a tool that can kind of support that puzzle, right? And support how we think about, the table. Maybe it makes it a little bit more stable sometimes, but not putting everything on it as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, due to time constraints, we'll have to finish this off, so I have one more question for all of you. What piece of advice would you give individuals willing to pursue a career in supply chains while also balancing innovation, ethics, and sustainability? Peter, would you like to start?
So it goes back to the puzzle. You like to play puzzle or not? Yeah. But the goal, going back to reality, where are we today? We're in high school. We have a great future in front of us. The horizon is knocking on our door. So go to university, have fun. Okay? Let's not think too much about supply chain, but have fun. Okay? What I would advise when you're in university, think about the entrepreneurial aspect and what you can create from a value point of view while you're studying and while you're having fun. Now, then you did your university, okay? Was it really important whether you did engineering, whether you were studying, let's say, doctor, pharmacy, or chemistry? Did it really depend where you were in business, economics, or something else? No. The answer is no. So the point is, what is very critical here, the more and more you get passionate about supply chain, is that you build your horizontal capability in your junior years. What does that mean? The more you can learn in different territories, from a knowledge point of view, the better you will be able to connect the dots, because you will understand what piece of the puzzle. The other point is, which is very important, is make sure that you have people that are standing there with you, that are your mentors, to really to coach you through your career, whatever that is. And honestly, the last thing I would say, make sure that, in particular when you go into finance and you want to grow through, is that you understand your financial acumen. No, the world is changing, the jobs are changing. I'm going to go back to one point you made, Diego. Supply chain planning. This is one of the core aspects of supply chain. No, it's much broader than that, but to come to that. What is the key role that is changing as a supply planner? It's not anymore, as you say, get some information in, get some information out, crap in, crap out, yeah? But decision shakers. Ever heard about that? A planner is a decision shaker? Sounds pretty odd, huh? Now, there are a couple of elements to that. One is you're a code breaker. You change data into insights. You're an alchemist. You change intelligence into insights. And now the most challenging for many people in supply chain and every other job, think about that, you're a storyteller. You can really translate the insights you have in delivering impact. Think about that, no matter what job you do.
Thank you. Catherine, would you like to continue based on this?
I think these are fantastic points, and I would definitely echo what Peter said. I think also it's very important to realize that there's so many different perspectives or angles in terms of thinking about supply chains, right? So you can see it this morning on the panel. We've all taken different paths, but all tackle similar issues in a sense, right, about thinking about this puzzle. And so I think there's many different perspectives or lenses that you can use for thinking about this puzzle, whether it's in industry, whether it's in academia, whether it's looking at it from an NGO or an international organization perspective. So I think it's important to kind of pursue those interests and have those, horizontal capabilities and try new things as well, because I think that brings a unique angle to the puzzle when you get there. And it allows you to think of, supply chains and the different risks or challenges involved in different ways. And I also think that more and more we're seeing kind of a more holistic picture being taken, right? So it's no longer just about kind of the financing or the forecasting, but also thinking about these issues like, business and human rights or conditions on the ground, or also thinking about how the local environment is affecting the supply chain. And so I would really encourage you to take different angles and really kind of pursue those passions, but try different things out and think about those different horizontal ways as well. I think it's, important.
Diego?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a shameless plug and go ahead and say that back in 2023, when I did the graduation speech, I referred to ON as being sort of like ISRL became a company in my eyes. I was lucky enough to land at ON as an intern in 2021, and I was very positively surprised to find such a multicultural and international environment, where, as Peter said, I also ran into the right mentors to shape me quickly into an effective supply planner. As Catherine said, I was also able to develop a holistic view of what it was that we were doing. And then on top of that, see how the company has pretty much doubled, tripled in size since I arrived. And I would say that working in supply chain is not so much, as Peter said, the background doesn't really matter. It's so much of an attitude and a belief in the mission that you have as part of the company and as part of what the company wants to do. So for me, it can be that our core value at ON is that we want to empower people to move and to have a better access to movement. And how do we deliver that experience, as I said before? And how do we want to shape the sport garment industry to be a more transparent place that consumers that are now more conscious can thrive in, and that we as workers can also thrive in? Because for me, it's been an incredible learning journey going from, as I said, just kind of knowing the theory of what a supply chain is, which if you look at it online, it's a mess. Like, there's so many types of supply chain, there's so many different pieces of the puzzle that you will never settle down for one perspective or one approach. And the more information you gather, the more open you are to learning from everybody, to really soaking up knowledge and not becoming an expert on a piece of the puzzle or that one, but really looking at the full board. What is it that you're building? What is the picture? What is the end result of the puzzle? It's like, like in the box, you get the picture that you're supposed to build. Sometimes you get the opposite, like complete opposite. But that's okay, because it's about the approach that you're taking, what you're learning from it. And I really think it provides you with this broad base that you can then take on any challenge that you want to after the fact. Like, it's, as Catherine said, you can focus perhaps on the sports industry, you can go to pharma, you can apply those knowledge, take it, create something new, like as we're seeing with many of the speakers today. I do believe that the values and the ways of working that you learn from such a dynamic piece of any organization are just transferable to anything you do.
So I guess the big picture is what really matters here. Okay, this is what I have in terms of questions. So now we're going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all of this information and ask any final questions for the panelists. Name and school, followed by a brief question. Yes, Thomas?
So I'm Thomas Portelli from ISDL. My question was about risk. So you said part of your job is to anticipate risk. What could happen when unanticipated risk goes unnoticed, and how much of disruption can that cause?
Who's this for? Well, the panel.
Yeah, the panel.
Okay. Diego, would you like to start?
Sure. I can start. Now we all know that we're heading into a second Trump term, for example. We know that there's a risk or an uncertainty attached to the power of one tweet. So one tweet can cause a ripple effect in any industry, right? For example, if we look at the tariff threats that fly around, that has broad implications for a lot of things. And unfortunately, for better or worse, we're not going to be able to anticipate all the risk. For example, are the cost of our imports going to go up? Is the cost of our production going to go up? Who's going to incur the cost? How is that going to translate to our price at the end point? What kind of the lesson learned, or that the best way to brace ourselves for that, is to make sure that our processes are both robust and in a way scalable enough to accommodate for any unforeseen circumstance. For example, like if suppose a tariff war explodes, what we saw in the first Trump term, for example, was a lot of suppliers or a lot of manufacturers shifted production from countries such as China to Vietnam, Indonesia, Mexico, kind of spread the board to mitigate the risk of, say, this tariff is going to be imposed on this country, but okay, I have a second choice, or I have a second shipping lane that I can use. Unfortunately, for example, one of the risks that you mentioned is a big cargo ship drifting in the Suez Canal. No one was going to guess that a massive ship was going to block the Suez Canal for days, and that everything that would come to Europe had to go around Africa. So how do you anticipate for having that longer shipping lead time, which translates to, as Peter said in the very first question, how can I satisfy the demand that I have in the market if I had planned to have it by a certain time? Unfortunately, there is no way that we can accommodate for everything, but there are processes and things that you can think of establishing in the event that you have any such unforeseen circumstance. And risk, of course, a risk analysis is always inherent to what we're doing as planners, at least within supply chain.
Would anyone like to add anything to this? Want to start?
Sure. So just to build a little bit on that, I think we can think about risk in many different facets, right? And I think especially when it comes to the societal or environmental risks, this is something that can often be somewhat unforeseen in a way, or previously was by companies. I think going back to the example I mentioned of the 2016 Amnesty International report, right? Many companies were called out in that report, like Apple, Dell, Microsoft, and I think they didn't necessarily see it coming, right? Because it's quite an opaque supply chain, and also the different tiers of the supply chain are so distanced that at that point in time, it was very rare to kind of know where you were actually buying from at the beginning. I think in the years since, we've seen so much progress on this, but really thinking about, the impact that these risks can have for consumers, for investors, and also the broader supply chain path as well. One last point I'll mention is around kind of the impact of conflict, right? I think more and more we're seeing kind of heightened geopolitical risk and conflict around the world, and increasingly this plays an incredibly big role in terms of how we think about the supply chain and the risks involved. And I think sometimes there are kind of unforeseen geopolitical risks, right, that can kind of catch us off guard. For example, the war in Ukraine, I think that was something that, although there were tensions for many years, when it happened, it was quite unexpected in a sense. And so I think for many companies, rerouting their supply chains, for example, or rethinking, kind of their supplier relationships, this is a really big issue as well to think about.
So maybe to add 2 examples to what my colleagues bring, to give a little bit of reality. Now, how do you best manage risk? You need to be sure that your board of directors understands what the risk is. Now, there has been a significant shift. Now they're asking themselves, and every year, twice a year, they want to understand, okay, how do we manage risk within the business? And then you have the executive committee, and then underneath that you have an enterprise risk management approach. But 2 examples that I want to call out. So I go back to COVID, and then the reality of today. So for COVID, good. We go back to January 2020, talk about China. There is the end of February, beginning of March, we talk about Europe, and I gave an example. Yeah. Now, what was absolutely not anticipated is, if you go upstream supply chain, where you go back, as you guys called out as well, your suppliers. Because the impact of that didn't happen in March, April, Q2. It came really, and it hit very hard. The full industry, September, Q4, and into 2021. Now, the reality was there that all of a sudden, there is a significant issue from a on-time and availability of products, materials, to be supplied, to be produced, and then to be, let's say, delivered. Now, why was that? Because your suppliers didn't understand the risk model of their suppliers, which is called Tier 2. And their Tier 2 didn't understand the risk model of their Tier 3. So the problem was not necessarily your supplier, the problem was the supplier of the supplier. How long did it take before we got into stable conditions, depending on the industry? 2-3 years. Now, one interesting point there, which was also a positive aspect, because many companies, where do they go? They had shifted away from standardization, and they go for unique materials. This goes back to what you said. You have unique material, and you have a supplier, and 90% of their operations, it is standard operating model. What do you think they're going to do? They're not going to say, I'm sorry, eh? They're not going to supply that unique material. So for companies, it meant optimize your business. Step away from that unique material and make sure you understand why do we need this, what is the purpose of it, what is the value of it, and change your process. So there was a negative, there was a learning, but there was also a significant positive impact. Now, the reality of today, industry intelligence, regulatory intelligence, and all other, and legislation intelligence. Does the legislation change every day? I think we all have the answer there. The answer is yes. Who has heard about PFAS, PFAS? Who has ever heard about that? One person in the back of the room, a second. Okay, so you guys are leading the horizon forward. Make sure you know what it is, okay? What is PFAS? Very simple. PFAS is per, poly, fluoro, alkyl components. Going back to 2022, 5 states, 5 countries within Europe, major states, they put in forward to the European Commission, we need to ban all components that are PFAS. You know how many components that are under that definition? 10,000. So what does that mean? The legislation has not been, let's say, agreed upon within the Commission, but it's coming. So to what extent? And how do companies, from a consumer point of view, don't even want to talk about, healthcare, because it's too simple to talk about healthcare. But from a consumer industry, do you know your suppliers and what they deliver with PFAS? So that you understand your risk on how to ensure that you can still supply your product to the market, to your consumer. So this is the challenge and the learning that we need to anticipate, that we need to be agile, let's say, and be in front of it, and then make sure you have your mitigation plan in place. So anybody that wants to go into chemistry, that wants to go into supply chain, you better understand your risks. But it's an excellent question, honestly. Thank you for that.
I think this also shows why supply chains are so complex, right, with all those different tiers and components. Do you have any other questions? Yes, here at the front.
My name is Elliot. I go to the International School of Judo. I have a two-part question for Catherine. Did you hear me or do you need to repeat that? Okay, it's a two-part question. The first question is, you talked about widespread human rights abuses and especially the sourcing of cobalt from the DRC. What are concrete steps that companies whose suppliers operate in the DRC take to mitigate and regulate those things? And then the second part of that is, to what extent do you believe a company is responsible for the actions of their first and second tier suppliers who are very distant from them?
I'm just jotting down the questions so I remember. Thank you so much. Those are fantastic questions, and I think, really important to think about when we're thinking about supply chains. So when it comes to the human rights abuse allegations and the challenges there, especially within the DRC, I think we can really think about different steps that companies have been taking. However, it's also a very kind of fluid space, and that sometimes you see progress, and then it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back sometimes. And so I think it's also important to kind of take a long-term perspective, right, to addressing the issue, because a lot of these issues cannot really be resolved overnight. So when it comes to corporate action, we see quite a few different things. So one is like multi-stakeholder initiatives. So we see many firms coming together to kind of pool resources and enhance the discussion around how to address these issues. And there we can also think about leverage, right? So if there are multiple companies involved, they often have much more leverage across the supply chain in order to kind of have more of an impact on the suppliers and to kind of encourage better conditions. We've also seen more and more these model mines coming up, right? So more work around, ensuring that there's a secure perimeter, which prevents, children from entering the site. Also ensuring that there's appropriate health and safety gear and training that's being given. But these things also, again, are not really an overnight solution. And so it's really about kind of ensuring that there's long-term engagement, as I said, rather than disengagement. Because I think previously, as I mentioned with the release of the Amnesty International report, there was a huge pushback, and many of these companies either said, "Oh no, we're not sourcing from these places," or they pulled out of them if they were. And I think this is not really the right answer, right? Because we all make mistakes, and I think it's really about ensuring that there's continuous engagement, because disengaging from a supply chain like that often allows for actors with worse policies to come in and kind of continue those egregious abuses or have worse ones. So really ensuring that there's a sense of long-term engagement and really contributing to improving the conditions there is very important. Also, we see the role of legislation. So now in Europe, there's the CSDDD, which plays a big role in terms of how we think about the different tiers of the supply chain. And so I think that goes to your second question when we really think about, what is the responsibility of firms to kind of look down the supply chain. More and more, we also see kind of consumer action, consumer boycotts as a reason that also holds companies accountable. So as was mentioned on the panel, there's more, maybe a more informed consumer these days in a sense, or one who's advocating for more environmental and social measures. And so there we can really see a little bit of a change too. I think when it comes also to responsibility, we can go to the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. And there it's really around the state duty to protect human rights, but then also companies to respect human rights, right? So thinking that companies do have a role to play, whether it's regulatory or more of a voluntary consideration, I think is very important. So hopefully that answers your questions. But if you have further, feel free to reach out.
Well, thank you so much, Catherine, but this is all the time we have today as this session is coming to an end. I would like you all to join me in thanking our speakers for the time and valuable insights. I also want to thank the audience for your participation. Well, I would ask you all to now begin your transition to session 4. If you do have any questions, however, you could come up to the panel and ask them in private. However, be mindful of their time. Thank you.
All right, hello everyone. We are shortly going to begin the panel. I'd kindly ask you to settle down, turn your phones off or put them in silent, and we will begin. Thank you.
What is corruption? To us, it's simple. Corruption is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain.
Biodiversity is a term that represents the total variety of all life on Earth. It's a complex system, an intricate web where every single species plays an essential role. Protecting it is not just an ethical choice. It is crucial for us and our economic system.
Climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our time, and its effects are already being felt worldwide. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and degrading ecosystems. As of today, over 1 million species are at risk of extinction, and global wildlife populations have plummeted by 68% in just 50 years. These numbers are not just statistics. They represent the unraveling of ecosystems that provide countless resources that fuel our lives, economies, and industries. Biodiversity loss is not just an environmental issue. It's a threat to the human survival. Yet there is hope. Human-driven solutions through innovative projects, conservation efforts, and responsible corporate practices are the fundamental ways of reversing the damage. We must shift from awareness to action, taking responsibility to be part of the solution. Hello, my name is Michael Davidson, and I'm a student at the International School of Zug und Luzern here in IZL, and part of the YFS series team. Proud member of the VLARS Institute and fellow, as well as the Zero Waste group at IZL. I'm passionate about achieving sustainability and a clean future through innovative projects. On that note, I'd like to welcome you to the Innovative Practices for Biodiversity Protection and Sustainable Resource Management panel. Today, we're honored to be joined by 3 exceptional panelists. I would kindly ask you to hold your applause until the end of the introduction. On my left, I'd like to welcome Raphael Kanzig, a rental consultant with over 10 years of experience. Founder of Foster and project leader at Hunziker Beta Tech, Raphael specializes in ecological engineering, climate adaptation, and sustainable water management. He also serves on the board of the International Engineering and Ecological Society. Next, I'm pleased to present Sai Narasimhan, a high school student with a strong passion for conservation. Currently studying at Dwight Global and Stanford Online High School, he founded Abundello, a non-profit conservation education platform for communities around 22 national parks in 12 African countries. I'm also proud to present Lesei Mutunke, a young environmental advocate and passionate football player from Kenya. Inspired to take action from the deforestation crisis in his home country in Kenya, Lesei founded the Trees for Goals initiative, planting 11 trees for every goal he scored. In 2021, he became the youngest to be included in the top 100 African young conservation leaders. The first 25 minutes of the session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I prepared and discuss them openly, with the remaining time allowing you, the audience, to ask any questions you have in person during the Q&A session after the discussion. On that note, I believe we are ready to begin. I'd like to kick off the panel by asking all the panelists, what inspired you to take action in your respective fields? And was there a specific moment or realization that got you started? Rafael, would you like to kick us off?
Okay, thank you so much. I think it's a bit loud. Perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm very proud to be part of the YFS again, like last year. And thank you very much for being invited and hosting that panel. So what was the point to take action? It was at a very young stage. So I was 7 years old, 8 years old, and my family had a house at the Agrisee, which is very, very close to the place here. So, and I spent my summer holidays there. And every time I went swimming, there were some bubbles behind me. When I was swimming, there was the line of bubbles. I saw where I came from, and I knew where the spot is where to go back. So, but I wasn't sure whether it should be like that. So I tried to find out as a 7 years old. So why are there bubbles in the lake, and where does it come from? It was from manure, from agriculture, and I thought that this wouldn't be right. So I tried to fix that by imagine to plant a biogas digester at beside the lake at 7 years old. So I knew it was not possible. So when I was in about your age, I saw the book Limits to Growth from the Club of Rome. I'm very, very happy that not everything went as they proposed, but it inspired me a lot. So it showed the limits that the way we are living is treating the globe. So those were the points where I started to realize that I think the time I have in my life should be spent a little bit or more or less in this direction to think how to make it a little bit better.
Sai?
First of all, thank you for the wonderful introduction, and I'm very thrilled to be here. I would love to start with a little bit of a background, a little sort of story to start. So when the first large animal and dinosaur fossils were discovered in the 18th and early 19th century, the world was introduced to the idea of extinction. It was a sudden shift, proof that species can not only disappear from sight, but vanish entirely from Earth. One might think that such a revelation would have sparked immediate action to understand and prevent this extinction. Yet conservation science, as we know it, didn't emerge until well into the 20th century. And only in the recent decades, the recent years, have we begun to recognize the true scale of species loss. But times are changing. Today we are introduced to new technologies with AI, growing tools in conservation, which can make a tremendous impact on the efforts we can complete. So with this in mind, I've been very fortunate to visit many national parks throughout my life so far. And in every national park I visited, I've noticed such beauty and something I want to preserve for the next generations. With this in mind, about a year ago, I participated in a competition called the Earth Prize, which I unfortunately did not win at, but that left me with a motivation to want to grow this project. And since then, over the past year, I have tried to grow this project in environmental education with this idea that to prevent extinction of more species. And yeah, that's a little bit of background of why I started my project.
Thanks for that, Sai. Zain, would you like to add something?
Right, actually, just on that point side, I got to visit the Kenyan National Park for the first time this year. So maybe your work can be able to make me get there and see the animals again. All right, so I appreciate you for that. Yes, my name is Lesem Tsinke. It's my first time here at YSF, so I'm excited and thank you guys for your time. To answer your question on what inspires me, just a little bit of backstory. Back at home in Kenya, we grew up kind of really environmentally conscious, been planting tree seedlings before I mean, since I was even smaller than the tree seedlings I was planting. And that kind of helped me grow a connection with the environment. This particular kind of moment that struck me was a time when they had cut down a kind of monumental tree in my neighborhood. And that's when I really realized the emotional connection I had, because I was crying for my mommy when they cut down the tree. And kind of what inspired me to start taking action against deforestation was actually Professor Wangari Maathai, who is a Kenyan hero back at home, a Nobel Peace Prize winner. Rest in peace, her soul. And Wangari Maathai talked about this story of a hummingbird, and the hummingbird story is basically this bird that there was a forest fire in this forest, and all the animals were running out of the forest. And then, like the little monkeys, they saw this bird, little small hummingbird. I'm not sure have you guys seen a hummingbird before? And so they're really these small birds with the little tiny beaks. And what it would do, it would go to a little lake nearby the forest and dip its beak and go to the forest fire and drop it and do those rounds, coming back and forth and back and forth. And all the other animals were in disbelief. Like, what is they trying to do? You know, it's a big fire like in Los Angeles. And really, the meaning behind the story was the importance of doing your little thing, because obviously the elephants could have done with its trunk and collected a lot more water, but that didn't stop the hummingbird from trying to save its home. And really, that's where my inspiration came from, Professor Wangari Maathai. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think that resonates a lot with our issues today and how we approach challenges. So thank you for that. Now I'd like to move on to the importance of biodiversity on global industries. I'd like to direct this question to Raphael and Hussein. How do our current economic systems and industries depend on biodiversity? Hussein, would you like to start?
Right, it's a brilliant question. Actually, just a bit more background as well. So you guys are really getting to know me here. I studied business and sustainability in IB back in UWC Maastricht. And how biodiversity is really impacting, or what I was really taking the time to learn. We focused a lot on kind of corporate social responsibility, and this goes to take kind of what role do businesses in industry, different sectors in the industry, what role do they have in preserving the nature and the environment? And I was looking at hospitality, and we were looking at how can they make sure that they don't exploit kind of the natural resources within wherever they are hosted, and kind of are they building this sustainable culture within the community that they foster, meaning where are they sourcing their food, for example? Is it local markets, or are they importing it? And this is all to do with, you know, biodiversity. The environment is not just, you know, the trees. It's to do with like kind of the whole ecosystem that comes with that. And I think from my understanding of it, it plays quite a deep role, and that goes back to, you know, making sure that we don't exploit, whether it's in logging or it's in you know, also the social responsibility amongst people, exploitation of people, and it kind of holds quite a lot of impact on also the young people, because we get to kind of see what is possible and how things can be done. And I think it's very important that, you know, businesses are quite integrous when it comes to conserving biodiversity. Right.
Thanks for that. Raphael, would you like to add something?
Yes, I could add little things to yours. Nature provides a lot of ecosystem services, so really a lot, such as flood control, such as pollination. Those are things nature can do better than we can, and we should leave nature to do it. So we should partner up with nature and really let nature do its services. Nature isn't doing that for us. It's doing because it's their natural habit or the goal. So I think we depend more on nature than we believe or we want to believe, and I think we don't value it as much as we should. so we can do better.
Yeah, I would agree to that. Now, shifting gears to the importance of education in tackling such a global issue. Sai, your project Abondello incorporates technology in order to foster learning. What role does technology play in making conservation education accessible to communities?
Yeah, great question. So there's three key parts that we use in terms of technology. So currently there's not a ready-made curriculum for conservation education. So what we've been doing is actually using artificial intelligence to take different resources from existing organizations and also just from the web, and essentially using AI to structure a full year curriculum. And it's a difficult task. It's not an easy thing to do, and technology plays a major role. Without it, we'd be working long hours trying to hand pick and decide what goes into the curriculum. So that's definitely one way. The second way is tools like Safety Culture, which is our main tool we use to design the courses, which essentially allows us to create interactive courses and make them completely offline. And it's incredible because of all the formatting and the interactiveness. There's games, there's images, there's videos. And without technology, we wouldn't be able to showcase real examples. We'd only be able to showcase diagrams, hand-drawn. That's another way. And then finally, the most relevant and the most important is the access to devices. So for Abondello, for the education, we work with the communities and we give the community teams tablets. So we use Samsung devices, which have the videos and the courses downloaded to them. They can then easily go around and they can provide the education needed. And going back to without tablets, we wouldn't be able to show videos and images, and that's a very key part of learning. It's one thing to get access to reading and writing, but it's another thing to be actually able to visualize it without just having to imagine it. So those are three ways we use technology for my project.
Thanks, that's really nice. So now I want to shift gears back to Raphael. In your work improving water quality using eco-technologies, what are some of the most effective methods you've implemented?
Well, to the topic of ecological engineering, this is really to partner up with nature. So we do have needs, we have to cover that needs, and as said before, nature has a lot of power, so we can really partner up with that power to conserve nature, for cleaning water, but most important thing is that we provide also space and everything needed for nature so that nature can really provide its service. I think this is the most important. I had projects also in cities where to manage spaces that nature can thrive and provide its ecosystem power, such for climate adaptation, like heat effect, or to clean the water on site. Yes, those are the achievements I got, and also one of the most important achievements for me is to work on aquaponics. Aquaponics are two systems where water is in a closed loop system, and you can provide farming fish on land to source a very healthy protein source, and also to clean the water from the fish. The fish, they make the water dirt, so can you use the dirt to grow plants with that dirt. So there are the most important thing in ecological engineering is closed nutrient cycles, closed water cycles, closed cycles in general. So there you can reduce waste, and you can use the things that appear for something else, because nature understands it very, very well, how to manage closed cycles. This is very important to adapt to our procedure, to our practices.
Okay, thank you, Raphael. Now going to the topic of achieving change, I'd like to wrap up this panel by asking the final questions to all the panelists. What systematic changes are essential to achieving successful biodiversity conservation on a global scale? Sai, would you like to start us off?
I'd say definitely starting at the roots. I think that's a very important part. national parks play a critical role in terms of ecosystems around the world, and in order to preserve national parks, it means to work with the communities. And the important thing there is to not enforce, but to work with the community. So one of the big systematic changes that needs to happen is to work more with the communities rather than just enforcing things on them. So that's one of the key parts of this project, is that we ask the communities, what do they need? Instead of just giving them a curriculum and giving them the devices, we are actually trying to show job opportunities. We're trying to show the relevance of the national parks in their daily lives so that they see economic benefit. Because in the end, they're also trying to survive. And a lot of times they're rural communities in Africa, in Asia, in South America. And in order to make large-scale change at the company level, especially in the business world, it really means working at the roots. That's definitely my answer there.
Hussein, would you like to maybe connect it in a way to sport? I see that you're also a very passionate football player.
Yes. Yeah, actually, just to add on what Said said, I think what we need to do is kind of change the conversation around addressing these issues. And what I mean by that is, what my project Trees for Goals is trying to kind of do is inspire the mindset. And so letting people know that you don't have to be an expert in these fields to kind of make an impact. You don't have to go and study 4 years of environmental science. You can have an impact just within your own sphere of influence. And I think that's kind of the most important, as I said, the grassroots, starting at the grassroots change. And then the second thing is just kind of fostering a culture of innovation and mentorship. Because as well, when I started Trees for Goals at the age of 12, you know, in Kenya, the life that people work towards is you go to school, you get good grades, you go to university, you get good grades, you get married, you get family, and then you live happy ever after. And so kind of going against the society norms where you kind of trying to bring something new is not really encouraged. And so I wasn't able to find some mentorship. And so kind of creating spaces for young people to then engage with either their teachers or their peers, and this collaboration can then bring about collective action to then make a difference. And in sports, obviously, sports is everywhere. Sports is, I think, the best way to connect, inspire, and change our planet to create a greener future.
Thanks for that. Raphael, would you like to add something to conclude?
Yes, for my conclusion consists on 3 points. So I think we should work on recreation of lost agricultural land to reduce the stress on deforestation, on forests. That's the one. The second is we should value the concept of ecological infrastructure. This is a concept Switzerland developed in 2012 with the goal to interconnect biodiversity hotspots such as national parks and other valuable spots in Switzerland, and to create spots between, so that the ecology can interconnect and strengthen its power. So this is a concept which is growing in Switzerland, and we want to be ready in 2040. So to interconnect all the original paths of the bigger animals and of the smaller ones, and this is very important to interconnect to strengthen ecological services in total. And the third is, as you said, we should change point of view. We shouldn't talk about biodiversity as a patient in hospital. So what to do? Who should pay? Who should treat? No, it's our partner. So we should leave space for that partner. We should take care. We should foster it so that we can profit and nature can profit from our action as well.
Yeah, thank you. I like the part where you mentioned being interconnected and being part of the solution. That is all the time we have. Oh, sorry. That is all the time I have in terms of my questions. We're now going to take a 2-minute break to allow you to process all the information and to ask any final questions you have for the panelists. Please raise your hand. We will pass on a microphone to you. We kindly ask you to keep the questions brief, and I'll get to as many as I can.
Can we make a group vote at the end?
I think so, yeah. Maybe after. Okay. We will now begin with the questions from the audience. I'd like to ask you to please state your name and school, followed by a question. Yeah.
I have a question for Sai. Is that Zach? I quite didn't get what company did you start, or what do you do?
Yeah, of course. So I started an initiative. It's called Abundelo. It comes from 3 Zulu words meaning nature, youth, and learning. And it is an initiative partnered with African Parks, one of the leading conservation organizations in Africa. And essentially what we do is we create the content, we put together videos in an offline version, which then goes onto devices, which are then distributed to national parks, currently in Africa, potentially expanding later, but we're piloting in 5 national parks in Africa, managed by African Parks. And essentially what happens is the tablets go around to the communities and to the schools, and the students are given a lesson that's very interactive. They get to discuss, and that goes on for a full school year. So yeah.
Right. Any more questions? Yeah.
I have 2 questions. One, because you're both so young and you have done so much, I imagine that there are a lot of people in the room who have a lot of ideas and don't feel like they know where to begin, or maybe they think no one thinks they have a good idea. And so what was it? I know he kind of asked this question, but I'm curious. Did anyone tell you, oh, that's a really dumb idea? Or did you have any trouble getting traction? And if you didn't, what would you do if you had trouble getting traction on your idea, getting people to kind of support you and follow you? And then I have a question for you if I have time.
All right. I think I'll start with that. That's a great question. In the journey of kind of starting Trees for Goals, I think there's been a lot of ups and downs, obviously. One of the main hiccups, of course, was myself. And what I mean by that is I had a lot of doubt, of course, opening up the project to different schools and my friends. I remember the first time I brought my football club, actually, to plant 700 trees. And I remember we did a small survey before with the tree planting of how many people had planted trees before. And 80% of them, I think we were maybe 22, so 80% of them had never planted a tree before. And it was nerve-wracking for me because I was thinking, okay, it's maybe just me who has this passion because I grew up, tree planting, I grew up around nature, and maybe these guys won't be as passionate about it. And then when we got to the forest, we did it in one of the local forests, Karura Forest, and we managed to plant 700 trees in under an hour. Wow. With 22 people. And for me, that was kind of one of the points in the journey of making Trees for Goals that made me realize that, it's there's people who, people are there, they're ready to take action. They just maybe don't have the guidance or they don't have an idea of how to do it. And I think, just to answer your question in terms of did anyone call it dumb? No, I think it was just myself that kind of was fear to start it. But again, there's no right or wrong way to start it. You can start and fail, you can start and make mistakes, but whatever you do at the end, just start. Right.
Adding on to that, just 2 small things. I think definitely also I had a lot of self-doubt because I had so many ideas. I thought, I want to do this, I want to add this new feature. And I think the biggest thing for me was actually saying, start at the basics and see if that works and then grow from there. And then the second thing, to get back to your question on actually starting it, is go out in the world and and on LinkedIn, on Instagram, and connect with people. I think that was one of the biggest things for me, making posts on LinkedIn, making posts on Instagram, so that people actually heard about it, they reached out. I got to meet with a lot of different people in conservation and other areas and just get ideas. And I think that's a great place to start in terms of building an idea.
Yeah.
You mentioned these connections that are starting in Switzerland, these biodiversity connections, and I imagine you're talking about some of these pathways across highways for the deer. That's what. Are there any other connections you can share with us? I'm just curious because I don't see enough wild animals in Switzerland.
Yeah. Okay. Of course, it's not only for the bigger animals. It's also for all the wetlands, to interconnect the wetlands, interconnect for insects, interconnect for aquatic animals. Very important. There are many spots well known, but it's not known where they come from. So the interconnection is very important to really enlarge this network. So no, it's for species from small to big. Of course, the most obvious are the pathways over the highways, but yes, it's a whole concept for smaller to bigger animals, and the most important one is in where the people are living, because in the cities and in the towns there are so many streets, there are so many there are so many small things which could be built different so that animals could pass better. Of course, light pollution is a big topic, not that easy to manage. But it's a whole concept for the whole known species.
So is it like implanting pathways? Is that what you mean? Or I don't physically understand what it is.
Well, sometimes the animals have to travel, and if the spots are too far away, you have to create spots in between. Okay. So that's one of the main goals, to make some. It's in German it's Trittstein, like if you. Sorry? Stepping stones, right. In English, it's to create stepping stones on the right place so that the animals can travel without dry out, whatever. Yes.
Any more questions? I'd like to be pink in the middle.
I'm Mariah, and I'm from St. George's International School in Montreal. And I was wondering, what can students and kids do to protect biodiversity and help?
That's a great question. I'd like to direct maybe to the Seine, as you started planting trees at just 12 years old. Would you like to give some insights?
Yeah, 100%. That's a great question. I think first of all, it's amazing to hear that you're here and having this conversation. So congratulations for that. One thing you can do, obviously, I would advise, is to plant some trees. And that could be whatever. When I plant trees, I usually try to plant indigenous trees. And the reason for that is because the trees from home encourage undergrowth, and that therefore brings biodiversity. And so if you could plant trees that are from your country or from your region, that would really help with the biodiversity. And also do some fruit trees as well, because then you get to kind of eat the fruits of your labor, literally. And so, yeah, that as well as, just talking about it, sharing about it within your other peers outside of school would be a great way for them to just know and just be more environmentally cautious about where they're dropping their trash, for example, because that also has an impact on the biodiversity and the environment in general, right?
Quickly adding on to that, based on the keynotes speaker this morning, all the initiatives that are going on at International School Zug Luzern, I definitely think building on that, start by talking and get a group of kids together and look at your school, look at the areas of difficulty, whether that's energy, whether that's waste, whether that's even just building more gardens and more biodiversity around the school, and then build a team, run it, build a proposal, run it by higher level teachers or directors, and then try and take it off from there. And I think International School Zug Luzern is a great example based on all the incredible initiatives that go on here. So.
Rafa, I kind of wanted to ask you this question as well, going back to what Sai mentioned. So as an eco-consultant, how would you approach this question, or how would you give an insight?
Well, this was a perfect answer, plant a tree. Or if you have access to a garden, if it's yours or your uncle or your grandfather's garden, plant a tree. Plant something, create space for nature. This is something you can do now, today, tomorrow, and you have reached already the first step. As you said, make little steps. Don't expect to start with 100% of your life goal tomorrow. Just start, do it, and inspire others. Perhaps, as you told, do it as a team. Like to start an initiative, we plant 100 plants every week, whatever, in our town, in neighbor's town, perhaps, whatever. Just the small steps count in biodiversity already. And the diversity of planting counts as well, but that is already a little bit advanced, but just start.
Yeah, thank you for your insight. I saw a few more raise of hands. Would anyone else like to ask a question? Yep.
It's difficult to know which question to ask with such an inspiring panel and expertly moderated too, I must say. But I'm going to go back to your connections with nature, which I think you described at the beginning. Raphael, if I understood you correctly, you talked about a scientific connection, wondering what the bubbles were behind you when you were swimming in the lake. Asai, you talked about a technological connection. How can you use technology to do what you do? And Lysanne, yours was much more emotional. You talked about crying when they cut down the monumental tree and asking Mummy what's going on with that. How important is that personal connection, and what other forms can that personal connection with nature be manifested in people?
It's open. Raphael, would you like to?
Okay. I think everyone has a certain understanding of nature or of intact nature. I think just trust yourself. Ask yourself the question: is it good? Is this situation as it should be, or is there anything I would appreciate to have it better? I think it's always the emotional part, as you mentioned. We are emotionally driven, right? Everyone. So you use that power also to engage, be engaged. To like, what can I do? Plant a tree. So if you have such certain drive, use it and enjoy.
I'm part of this group called Kijani World. It's a group of young leaders who use their passions and interests to address environmental issues. And I think that's kind of what I do as well with Trees for Goals, using my passion to address the issue. And just to give an example with that, there's these two boys who are really passionate about technology. And what they did is that they realized that there's an issue of e-waste, which is electronic waste within Kenya. And they partnered with a company or organization that works on safely disposing this e-waste. And what they did is they connected the organization to their school and 20 other schools to collect e-waste and educate students about e-waste and what that is. And you'd be surprised how much wires and stuffings of things people keep in their home. And this project took off about a year and a half ago, and they've been able to collect 20 tons of e-waste. And so with that question of the emotion, how important it is, I think it is 100% important. And I think it's also important to also adjust it to your own, speciality, whether it's you're a musician or you're an artist or you're a sportsman or sportswoman, that whatever your sphere of influence is, you just adjust it to that and just have a little bit of, consciousness about your environmental surroundings.
Yeah, last thing from my side then would be, I think emotion is what drives change, and it's about how you use that emotion. So I think it's important, rather than using that emotion just for advocacy, I think it's not a good way to push emotion. But if you want, I think, to split it or to go target more of the solution. So let's say you're emotional, let's say you didn't like the tree getting cut down, that's a very emotional topic. Rather than just starting a campaign against cutting down trees, to go the step further, to go to planting the trees, to present a solution, that is what actually drives the change.
Thank you for that. Any last questions before we wrap up the panel? Sure.
I'm Hikari from Breamont International School. Thank you for your amazing stories. That was really inspiring. I would like to ask, your next objectives that you're looking forward to achieve?
Lassane, would you like to maybe start us off?
Right. So right now, currently, I'm on my gap year. And what that means for me is I'm working on scaling up the project, and that is getting more schools around the world now to more an international platform to get involved or adopt the project into the institution, reaching out to more football clubs as well. And actually, we are open to partners, and if you know, if you guys know any schools, or of course you guys come from so many different schools, but you know, we're now taking it to the next level, and that means, you know, just different structures on the website and kind of creating this community of just young aspiring youth that want to make a difference in their community. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, that is all the time we have as today. The session is coming to an end. It's clear that the path to preserving biodiversity requires innovation, collaboration, and a shift from awareness to meaningful action. As we leave this panel, let's remember that each of us has a role to play in protecting the ecosystems that sustain us, and that solutions are within our reach if we act with urgency and purpose. On that note, I'd like to thank the audience for your questions and participation, and let's put our hands together for the amazing panelists and their insights. I would ask you all now to begin your transition to session number 5. If you do have questions for any of the panelists, you are free to make your way to the stage, but please be mindful for the time you have to get to your next session. Thank you, and have a great day.
Hi, everyone. I would like to please ask you to settle down and turn your phones off. The panel's about to start.
What is corruption? To us, it's simple. Corruption is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain.
Because getting to the global goals will only happen if we do things differently, if our leaders do things differently. And for that to happen, that needs us to demand it.
In a world shaped by conflicts, exploitation of power, and inequalities, the journey towards justice remains one of humanity's most critical challenges. As Martin Luther King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. When injustice is allowed to exist, it undermines the very foundations of a sustainable world. There are many ongoing global crises, conflicts, and unfortunate events in our world, and I'm sure that many examples are popping up in your minds as I'm speaking. We need to change our perspectives in order to see opportunities to confront these issues. The UN Sustainable Development Goals define justice as promoting peace through equal access to inclusive institutions. But justice isn't just about laws and policies. It's about people and willingness to take action. And we as young people have a powerful role to play in shaping a more fairer and sustainable future. Whether through media, education, or business, we have the tools to lead and create change in ways that no generation before us has been able to. It's time to explore new horizons for a fairer future. We are in 2025 and injustices are still happening. We need to end that legacy. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chloe Ashkar, and I am an 11th grade student at IZL and a member of the YFS series team. I would like to welcome you to the panel on Global Perspectives on Justice, Comparative Approaches and Innovations. As someone who is passionate about encouraging young people to engage and educate themselves on current conflicts, I'm really excited to dive into today's discussion with our experienced panelists. Joining me for this session, I'm honored to welcome Ms. Ghada Awais, a Lebanese award-winning broadcast journalist with over 2 decades of experience. She has worked at Al Jazeera and ran investigative interviews, fearlessly covering several political stories in conflict areas and war zones in the Middle East. In recognition of her dedication to human rights and contribution to journalism, she was honored as a World Woman Hero at Davos in 2023. I'm also pleased to welcome Ms. Catherine MacDonald. With both academic expertise and underground experience, Ms. MacDonald is a PhD candidate and research associate at the University of St. Gallen's Institute for Business Ethics. Her research focuses on the role of corporate diplomacy in promoting human rights. She is also a fellow of the Business and Human Rights Journal and has worked with the UN and International Committee of the Red Cross. And finally, I'm proud to welcome Mr. Michael Ashworth, CEO, entrepreneur, and expert in risk management with over 30 years of experience addressing challenges in conflict regions. As the leader of the Acadian International, Mr. Ashworth has been providing essential medical, security, and stabilization services in Ukraine since the invasion, working with international media, NGOs, and government bodies. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Claire.
The first 25 minutes of this session will allow our panelists to answer the questions I've prepared for them, and the remaining time will allow you, the audience, to ask questions you may already or will have after our discussion. On that note, let's start our discussion. I would like to begin by asking a question to the panel. Global justice often involves a complex mix of power, politics, and human rights. From your experience, what do you think is the most pressing issue we need to address to move closer to achieving global justice today? Rada, would you like to start us off?
Well, I'm not going to talk for too long because we started too late, and I'd like to give the audience the chance also to listen to them and to their questions and to their expectations. But briefly, I think the double standards the world is using today is an urgent case to address, an urgent thing to address. We have lots of double standards, and maybe I will elaborate more if someone would like to know more after when you open the questions for the audience. So double standards is an issue.
Would you like to continue?
Sure, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Chloe, for organizing this panel as well. It's lovely to be here today. So I think two things stand out to me. One would be a just transition, so understanding what that means in terms of global justice for everyone in emerging economies, but also here as well. It's an incredibly important topic. The other aspect, I think, is also overcoming these silos that we have and ensuring that we're able to have dialogue and discussion around important conversations on global justice.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge that we all face now in terms of justice is the challenge to the international rules-based order by states who seem to be operating beyond that realm. So certainly from my experience in Ukraine, Middle East and Africa, without some form of international rules-based order, then things descend very quickly to anarchy and conflict.
Thank you all for sharing your insights. I would now like to ask Rada, as a journalist who's also used your social media to raise awareness on global conflicts, in your point of view, how do you see the role of media in influencing accountability during times of crisis?
Well, it's enormous. And since you talked about Ukraine, you can see how much you are all impacted by the news coming from Ukraine. And you all get your information from media, and you shape your own decisions and opinions based on what media tells you, whether it's traditional media or social media. So it has a big influence, and with big influence comes big responsibility. So also media should be very, very delicate when they choose what to put in the news, and they shouldn't have any agendas.
As a follow-up to that, in today's world, the media has become so influential, especially for the youth. How do you think media coverage influences young people's willingness to engage with global issues like the Ukraine war or Israel and Palestine, and they might consider controversial?
Well, it's very complicated, actually, because you have, from one side, the traditional media, which has, you have to dig to see who's financing those traditional media, and that way you can understand more the way they report news. And on the other side, you have social media. And on social media, you have lots of misinformation, which is false information, but unintentionally. And you have lots of disinformation, which is false information, but intentionally. So, and with this disinformation comes also the intention of manipulating people's opinion, and also spread some propaganda to defend this government or this regime or this party. So on social media, it's too hard to regulate things, and there is this big debate about the role of big tech and how they put algorithm that does encourage the fact check. And I think, Chloe, you know better than me how much they're not doing. They're not doing enough, let me say. I don't want to go into controversial debates here. We're just talking how to push for more justice in the world. And information is a weapon, actually. It can be as powerful as nuclear weapon. So everybody wants to control the information, and that's how you have misinformation and rather more of disinformation to manipulate the public opinion. And I think that journalists don't have big choices, so they either work for traditional media and they follow the editorial line of their companies, and you have to search for who's the owner of this company and the agenda behind that. Or you can be an independent journalist and use in a positive way the social media platforms, and you can promote, let me say, information rather than truth and facts. But that is hard also to reach more people through that. And you might say now that every one of you can be a journalist because you have all, I suppose, accounts, and you can put whatever you want and pretend that this is facts. And that's why journalists are very important, because they have ethics, they have guidelines, and they know how to do it. And when you keep dedicating your self to reporting facts, that's where you can say, I have a good influence and have a clear conscience.
Thank you for highlighting that in such a clear way. It's quite an important point, and I think it's important for us young people to realize the role of media in all of these issues. But moving on to another perspective, Catherine, as an advocate on the role of corporate diplomacy promoting human rights, corporations are becoming very powerful, arguably more powerful than some state governments. Do you believe that as non-state actors, they have a unique responsibility in raising awareness during conflicts?
Thank you. So I think it's a really important question, especially now that we see rising conflict and we see the repercussions of this. And we also see the growing role that corporations are playing, whether it's locally, but also in kind of conflicts abroad too. And so, I mean, the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, they reference the duty of the state, right, to protect human rights, and the responsibility of companies to respect human rights. And when the state is unable to fill its obligations, then it also falls on the companies to uphold these standards in a sense. And so there's been a lot of debate around kind of, what are the responsibilities of companies? How far should they go? Especially in conflict-affected settings, I think there's a discussion around the proactivity of companies, right, as well. And so we see this in terms of, their corporate social responsibility activities. We see it in terms of how they engage in corporate political activity. So, for example, like lobbying, things like this. And I think increasingly, the public is also holding these corporations to account too. And so I think it's important that as we see this growing role, maybe our attention towards the role of corporations, we're also holding them accountable for how far they're going, or maybe in instances when they're not doing enough as well.
As we dive deeper into this topic of corporations, looking at leaders like Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla and owner of X, we can see how his decisions and his social media presence have strongly influenced things beyond his corporations, but also like elections in the US or even European politics. How do you think corporate leaders like him impact public opinion and action on global issues?
So I won't speak exactly to this example, but I will say that corporate leaders can play a significant role in fueling very good things, but also very bad things. And I think it's incredibly important that we think about democracy and uphold that when we think about global justice. Because as much as one individual can have a significant influence, right, for good or for bad, it's incredibly important that we take our role as citizens in democracies very seriously and aim to uphold that.
Thank you so much. Michael, you've been on the front lines in Ukraine providing support for NGOs and the media. Could you provide insights on how these humanitarian efforts from your business contribute to restoring justice?
I think on one level, they help resolve some of the problems associated with global injustice. So at the moment in Ukraine, many of our clients are building resilience into the communities by providing humanitarian aid. And of course, the media, as Gard has highlighted, actually brings these injustices to light. So in a sense, it's very much focused on the the symptoms, as opposed to actually addressing the problem. But you can't address the problem without understanding it. And I think all of these, certainly NGOs, bring advocacy to many of the injustices in the world, and media actually brings it to the public. One of the challenges is not every NGO or every media organization is, let's say, working without an agenda. There are plenty that have non-humanitarian related agendas, and you've seen this certainly in Ukraine. You've seen certain media groups promoted by the Kremlin promoting a very different narrative. And nowadays with social media, it's extremely difficult to counter some of these narratives, and it's been quite shocking to me to see how a blatantly erroneous view of history that's promoted by Vladimir Putin and that has been promoted and now is sort of embedded within Western narratives as well over the war in Ukraine. So it is a big challenge. There's organisations on either side of the fence, if you like, and I don't feel at the moment we currently have the answer to solving some of these big problems that have been highlighted really by the invasion of Ukraine and some of the conflicts in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
And as a CEO and entrepreneur since you have your own company as well, are there key lessons for businesses in conflict zones to learn about promoting justice, but also within a long-term stability?
Well, I mean, it was this sort of question that the businesses should be under any sort of different, or are under any sort of different ethical code. I think everyone should be operating as transparently and honestly as possible. I mean, that you shouldn't be having to say to businesses you should operate this way. It should be part and parcel of doing it. As a person, you don't expect someone, you expect people to be honest and transparent. So I think some of the challenges, and certainly you see this in many dysfunctional, be careful what I say, but certainly areas where there's some big challenges, is that the state almost encourages corrupt activity. So businesses have to operate in an environment which can be extremely encouraging, and I think extremely challenging in terms of dealing with bribery and corruption and so forth. And I think the only lesson that I would give to anyone in that environment is resist it and be as transparent as possible for business reasons, not for any. You don't have to have an ethical viewpoint, but it doesn't make good business to involve yourself in corrupt practices. In the end, it will come back and hurt you, certainly in an international Western-based company.
Exactly, thank you. Rada, I also wanted to mention that after we talked about businesses as one perspective on justice, there's also media freedom as a fundamental right and powerful approach to reaching justice. But most journalists don't have the freedom to report, especially in conflict zones. Could you share some examples of the challenges journalists face?
Well, the most recent example are the Western journalists and reporters who weren't allowed by Israel to go and cover the war in Gaza from the field. So how can you as a Western journalist or reporter know what's happening if you cannot go on the ground? And for the rest of journalists or the reporters who are from the region, either mostly Palestinians, they were like killed every day, and there are hundreds already assassinated or killed. So that is the recent example that I can think of. And I also have another example, whereas like in the Arab world in general, because I covered many stories from there. If you go to a certain country and you report on things that derange the government, you might disappear. So it's very dangerous. Like, there are more than 10 countries where I cannot go because I dare to interview the opposition leaders to the government or the regimes of these countries, and now I cannot go there. Like, I might be tortured or arrested, I don't know what. So yeah, it's very hard to cover from these places, either war zones like Gaza or like normal countries that look from far, very stable, very prosperous, but there are lots of censorship, and if you get near to these issues or subjects that the government doesn't want to talk about, and you go there, you might disappear, as simple as that.
Is there a way for the international community to do anything about this, to be able to protect the journalists?
Well, they know for a fact that this exists, but unfortunately, like Michael said, we expect from governments or people or individual or companies to be honest, but this is very theoretical. Practically speaking, business comes first. So if they have a business relation with that government, authoritarian government, they won't, they will look away. Actually, they will, do some makeup, let's say, or Botox. They will give some speeches, and then on the ground, nothing will change. And I will give an example, like when the Saudi journalist was, cut into many pieces. Okay, we don't hear about him anymore.
Yeah.
So that would give you an idea, I think.
Yes. As time is running out, I would just like to ask one last question. Is there advice you would give to young people who feel uncomfortable talking about topics considered controversial in the context of cancel culture? You can start if you...
I think it's really important for young people to talk about controversial topics. I mean, I think it's dangerous to keep these underground because at least when it's out there, you know what everyone's thinking. So I'm very much against cancel culture in all its forms. I think I'm a sort of free speech absolutist to a degree, that I do think you should be able to talk about. I mean, that's, of course, being uncomfortable is part of debate. It's part of learning. I mean, learning is not always easy. And some of the things that happen in this world, many of the things that happen in this world are uncomfortable to listen to and to talk about. But to solve the problem, you, as I said before, you've got to understand the problem. And if you don't hear people's voices, then I think it's a very big risk.
Is there something you could add also in terms of, for example, the SDGs, for them to conclude? Is there any way people could learn lessons from that moving forward, since they're to conclude in 2030?
Sure, of course. I think maybe building off of what was just mentioned, I think learning is incredibly important, right? And having open dialogue and discussion. And I think that also is something that maybe should fuel how we're imagining the SDGs going forward, or kind of what that next iteration will be. So as Chloe mentioned, they'll conclude in 2030. And obviously it's a big question of kind of what comes next, right? And I think one important aspect to that is really ensuring that these different voices are heard around the table, and really understanding what are important issues for those in emerging economies, for those in industrialized nations. How can we kind of fuel that discussion to ensure that peace, justice, and strong institutions are accessible for all?
Thank you all so much for your valuable perspectives on the comparative approaches to justice. That is all I have in terms of questions, because unfortunately we've run out of time. But we're now going to take a 2-minute break for you to brainstorm some questions to ask for our panelists today, and then they can answer them.
So Peter's going to be at the back, and when you point to an audience member, he'll give.
Do I tell? Do I say it? Okay. We will now begin with questions from the audience. I would ask that you please state your name and your school, followed by a brief question. Yes? Oh, he's going to give you a microphone.
My name is Laura, and I'm an 11th grade student at ISL, and I was wondering, so since there are many issues going on today where the media tends to prioritize some and ignore others, how can we as youth choose a specific issue to get involved with?
I think Rada, would you like to answer? Start.
Well, it's a very good question, because you mentioned the fact that media choose sometimes some issues to cover, and they choose to ignore others, and you will be the victim of that, because you will be led by them rather than choose freely what to engage with. So, but the good thing is that you have internet and you have access to all the information, although there is disinformation, misinformation, but you have access to the word. Actually, the word became one village. So you have to do your homework, you have to research, you have to watch, and you have to watch all the sources. Like Michael mentioned Ukraine, and you have different narratives. Try to watch both of them, and then you can feel it, because your instinct will tell you what's the right thing to do. As an honest person, as someone who wants to do the right thing, when you hear this side and the other side, you will definitely have, with your common sense, with your, like, honest side, you will have the mix, and also with the fact checks, of course. You have both. You have the emotional intelligence, and you have the fact checks with science, and that is AI, that is many things that could mislead you. But you also have, if there is something fake or made by AI, you also have links, and you are all lucky to have the access to the links, or to, I'm sure you have like courses on how to define if it's true or not. There are links, there are many courses that you can take, and that can help you know which video is fake, which video is not fake, and then you watch both. And when you read about something, just read the context, the history of the thing, not just what they are reporting now, and check many sources. Like, don't just, like in Ukraine, for example, don't just read what the West is saying. You have to read what the Russians are saying. And also, like in the Palestinian conflict, don't ignore the context. Like, it didn't happen right this year or last year or the year before. It's happened way before, like 76 years ago. And when you read the context, and when you follow many, like, you can read the Israeli media, but you have also to read the other media, like the Arab media, or you can also read books about it, because sometimes they put anything on internet. So you have to check the source of everything you are reading, and then you decide by yourself, because you have the full freedom to choose whatever side you want. Just be well informed, and then come and choose whatever you want.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, from Laura, from my perspective, I think it's really important to feel that you have agency. So it's not up to the media to tell you what you should be interested in. It's up to you really to engage. And I think it's understand history, certainly, have a look at the issues, and as Garda says, just do your own research. Don't rely on other people, and check all the sources.
Yeah, I would also echo the points made by the other panelists. I think it's very important to think critically, right, and to be aware of what's going on. I also think that given the speed of the news cycle, certain issues that are incredibly important disappear incredibly quickly as well, right? And so there are certain things, especially when it comes to conflict, for example, where it's in the news for a couple of days or a couple of weeks or months, and then it disappears when the next thing comes up. So I think thinking about what really resonates with you and what issues you're passionate about, it's incredibly important, and really being able to kind of bring a voice and advocacy to those issues as well.
Thank you. Sorry, just to practice.
Hi, I'm Nora. I go to ZAS, Zurich International School, and I'm in grade 10. For Ms. Gada, could you please expand on what you meant previously with double standards?
I thought you forgot about it. Well, Michael mentioned the international law, and I was so happy when he mentioned that. And he said, in order to push for more justice around the world, we need the international law, right? Did I get it right? Okay. So when you implement, like you choose to respect the international law in some countries, and you don't in other conflict areas, that will discredit the international law. Like, if you condemn Putin and you don't condemn Netanyahu, what credibility do you still have? As simple as that. I hope I answered.
So I understand the importance of sovereignty and respecting a country's sovereignty. And historically, we've criticized the US for meddling in other countries' politics. But when you look at what the Taliban is doing in Afghanistan, for example, and all the new policies they're putting in and progressively dehumanizing women, is there a point where we actually decide that we need to intervene and make a more concrete commitment, whether that's with other countries or NATO, even if it means using military force?
Would anyone like to?
I mean, it's a very good question, and I think it's a question that has been asked for hundreds of years now. Is at what point is it right to intervene in another nation's affairs? And it's actually not just that question you ask. Is that if we intervene, what good will we do? And I think you've seen with the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I'm not making a controversial point there, but even if you were to suggest that the reasons for intervention were justified, did it really make things better at the end of the day? So it's a really complex situation, and I think it's not something you can come out with a hard and fast algorithm for. It has to be case by case, but I do think you do need to get international consensus on your side, whatever format that may be. And we live in an age now where the UN is increasingly discredited for various reasons. And I think it's going to be very difficult to get that consensus now. So, I mean, there are obvious examples of intervention which should have happened but didn't. And I can mention the Rwandan massacre for one. The situation in Afghanistan now absolutely should, in most people's books, indicate that actually some sort of intervention is required. But that's going to be another quagmire that's going to last another 20 years. I mean, these are the big challenges. But so I don't think there's an easy answer to it. I do believe, though, you can relate it to a domestic situation. I mean, if you're living in a flat and your next door neighbour is continually beating up his family, at what point do you stop and call the police or stop and intervene? I mean, it's the same thing. And you need that framework and that sort of international legal framework to allow you to do that.
Thank you. In the front.
I'm Alice. I also go to Zurich International School. I'm also in grade 10. And do you think that advisory bodies such as the UN actually have any effect on mitigating global injustice, or not really?
Who would like to? Would anyone like to begin answering?
I'm just talking too much, so
I can give it a start if you wish, and then you can jump in. I think they play an important role, right, when it comes to the resolutions of the Security Council, and I think it also fuels a lot of discussion around issues of global justice, even with the SDGs, right? It's a voluntary mechanism to kind of ensure more responsible business conduct or more responsible conduct globally. And I think there we see, for example, the efforts around SDG 16, so around peace, justice, and strong institutions. I think that brings a lot to kind of fueling the conversation around the roles that different actors play. Whether states, whether companies, and whether kind of civil society actors as well. But I think it's an important point, right, around ensuring, accountability and also ensuring that, there is a sense of, broader transparency and accountability around what's going on. Because I think over the past years, there have been, many issues or challenges or instances where there hasn't been action. And so I think it's very important that, these organizations are living up to their, charter and the principles that they were founded under.
Thank you. That is all the time we have today, as the session is now coming to an end. Thank you first for the audience for your questions, and thank you for all the panelists for being here today and for sharing your experiences. And I hope this all inspired you to drive meaningful change moving forward. I would ask now that you all begin your transition to session 6. And if you have any questions for the panelists, you can come up to stage, but be mindful of the time you need to get to your next session. Thank you all.